Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion. I'm going to open a window. Nope, not all that much light, but it is bright out there. Hi, welcome in to the stream. Starting an hour earlier than my normal stream time. As I said, I may or may not be doing intermittently. Today felt like a good day to do that. We're looking at Saint Malo Place in France in July of this year. Happy beach day. Happy beach day. And hello, TBD. I hope you have great meetings and that they aren't just a slog, that you are at least able to get stuff done while you're at the meetings. That would be cool. I'm going to jump right into code to keep going through what I was going through, except that I recently closed everything down. Switching computers from that one to this one and updating Git and pulling everything, and I have some deleting to do. Excuse me. Revamped approach is done. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and clean that up off of the actual repo so that I do not forget. Dev. But I hope you're all well. We are continuing our journey with working on this file import utility, and I will be, like I said, just working through what I have already been working through. Go away. And the library that I've been using to test this is this one here, which I'm hoping to actually turn into a service that I can add to any of the applications. I'm pretty sure it's going to go into the RTrack application. But we'll find out. Okie dokie. So we got... It was deleted. I'm going to do a pull, clean everything up. So I told Visual Studio when pulling to also prune. So hopefully that gets rid of my remotes. It does. Yay. Normally it just keeps accumulating remotes, even if you delete them from the actual source repo, upstream and all that. Okay, so what I did recently, let's actually go ahead and launch the application. What I did recently was I inverted, hello Reg9K, 39-degree weather. For those of you in Celsius, Reg does not mean 39 degrees Celsius. That would be sweltering. We were supposed to have a wintry mix. I haven't really seen outside. Have you? I don't really know what outside looks like. It's drizzling. Yes. No wonder it's so dark. Maybe I will look outside sometime today. Oh, I need to turn the music up in my ears. It's so quiet. Man, this is like an extra 2 hours earlier stream for people who have already moved their clocks forward. Okay, so the tool that I am working on, just as a refresher, is an import utility where you can select any XLS or CSV file, sorry, any Excel or CSV file. And I'm just pulling it up in Windows Explorer so that I can drag and drop, since I don't feel like, I keep saying this every time, you'll get used to it. I don't feel like changing the folder that Chrome is defaulted to open. It's easier for me to upload upload thumbnails for videos if I don't have to change it. Okay, so I've selected a file. Don't worry about the styling because the styling is not going to be permanent. It's going to change since it's going to go into an actual application. But the basics of it is here. Drag and drop a file. As long as the file is formatted correctly, which just means it has rows of data and an optional header row. So if we said this doesn't have a header row, then you can see that it moves the first row of data into the first row of data. Here it just happens to be a header row. So anyway, like a magic. So it reads the file, turns it into a data set with, if it's a CSV, one data table. If it's an Excel workbook, then one data table per worksheet. I got a smiles. Dukasoft gave me a party face. Yeah, so then if there were multiples, then you would be able to select which worksheet you want to see displayed, and that you would be doing all of the mappings for. There is a small bug with this that I will address later. At the moment, I'm not too concerned with it, and that is, oh no, that the mappings will carry over. So right now, oh, I guess I should show that in that order. I'm going back to the CSV since it loads the fastest. You can see here, oh no, it's even worse than I thought. So even while changing files, I just refreshed to clear it out. But what you will see is that there are no mappings that happened automatically. It just set up everything to default to a copy over to. I had it defaulted to ignore, but it was very difficult to go through and change them to copy, as opposed to have them default to copy, which is going to be the most likely case. But any mapping where the mapping type is copy, but there is no selected field, it's the same as ignoring it. So I thought it would just be more smarter to go ahead and leave it at copy with no field selected. Best kind of meeting, 30 minutes, done in 5, calendar blocked off for 25 whole minutes. Nice. The mapping is going great. I did take, I think it was your advice and Thindle's advice, and pretty much everyone that saw this was like I was doing it backwards, and I don't know why I didn't register until I looked at it again. But I'm showing all of the destination fields in this column as opposed to all of the imported fields, and then allowing you to select which field or fields are going to be the source. Then you could, so let's do analysis method. Then you could configure the transformations, if any. So it defaults to, if you select a field, whatever value is in that field will go into the destination. You can transform it. Right now, the only transform that does work is substring. So we can see it now in real time, where you say, I only want the first 6 characters. Or I want the last 6 characters. This can be null, which just means give me the rest. If this number is less than the number of start values, then, oh man, thank you so much for the follow. I was like, whoa, I heard a noise. Thank you for the follow. I do not have the names showing up for follows in case you just want to follow and lurk, and I don't want to call you out if you're just here for the vibes or to lurk or to hang out or whatever. But definitely feel free to say hi, feel free to chat. And definitely big shout out to TBD Gamer, who is another application developer working on an application called Liquid Sky. And it's a project management application, planning and management, kind of like Jira or Azure DevOps, except it is organized in a way that is much more conducive to the workflow of project managers, developers, and then the way that they work together in real life, as opposed to following something like a what are they called? A workflow that was developed by only developers, or a workflow that was developed by only project managers, or business analysts, or whatever. So essentially, the right people will get the visibility on the things that they actually care about. Let's see. I need a certain notepad document open. I have a notepad document that I use for doing the shoutouts on TBD's stream, which includes a nice little blurb about Liquid Sky. But anyway, I always forget this. He streams at 7 a.m., 9 a.m. Eastern time, 7 a.m. Mountain time, UTC -4 is what time he is, until we do daylight savings thing. Then it'll be UTC -5, but that's not for another week, I think. That's why I opened Thyrobius. Oh, okay. So 16 things at the same time. The next thing I wanted to show is that you can chain these together. You can see that we did extract the 6 characters, that starting from 8 characters from the end, which I don't know, people might want to use that kind of rule. It's available. And then I wanted to extract starting from the first character. Oh man, that did not update. So you can see it updating properly down here in the actual output value, but my in value did not reset when I made a change. The in value only got set when I created the new rule. So that's one thing that I'm going to work on fixing. So in value is the value of all transformations applied up to this transformation. But apparently if I have a value, or I have a transformation created and I try to modify one of the previous transformations, this transformation does not get the updated value. So we'll have to figure out what's going on there. We can see all of our results. And at the moment, there is only one analysis method used throughout. We can probably inspect the data and see that, yes, that is in fact the case. So let's pick something else, like the lab sample ID. So if you're trying to import from a field that has multiple values, you'll have this expand preview button. So we'll still preview the value at each step of the transform. And again, please ignore the UI. It is not in its final form. I know it's hard to track, but it will look better. and be usable. But you can expand to see all distinct values and what they would transform to. And once you do that part, and you've seen all of the distinct values and what they transform to, you can pick one of these values to see how each of the transformations applied to it. So when I click on this one, and this is what I'm currently working on, when I click on this one, my initial in value is going to be the lab sample ID from the imported data, and then it would transform it from there. So I'm working on that. We're going to get that working right now. But one thing that you'll notice, oh, I should save that. I should apply it. Is that clicking on cancel still didn't apply. Or still, yeah, did and apply. I hope I said that clear enough. But I hit cancel. It applied it instead. If I choose another file, such as in okay, such as in this file here, it's still formatted the same, which kind of works for me. There are some weird things going on with data loading in Chrome specifically. It kind of freezes up and slows down a lot. But anyway, it still has the same field mappings when really I should probably regenerate the field mappings. Because if I choose another file that does not have the same column set, then you'll see that it's acting like I have a field selected, because I can click edit and you can see lab sample ID values, even though there is no field selected. And then for all the fields that didn't have something already selected for it, then it automatically matched where it could. Not again. Not again. Are you going to beat me to it? Okay. Goodbye. Okay, okay. Yeah, anyway, there we go. So a lot of it is working. The two major things that I'm focused on are getting the operations to the transformations to be configured correctly. Hello very much, Velma. Oh man, very much Velma. How have you been? It's been a while, I think. Maybe you were here last time. I do remember seeing you around. I don't remember seeing you around lately, but I could just be imagining things or forgetting things. All of the above are possible. Okay. Probably very in and out. Completely okay, completely acceptable, and oh, it's up here. And welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. Been busy lately. So same. On Monday I had family still here. My parents were here to visit because my brother got married here in Colorado. So they came, stayed with us. We went to his wedding on Saturday, and then they hung out Sunday and left on Monday morning. And I was drained, so I didn't stream on Monday. Super drained. Okay. Anyway, let's continue our conversation. You love Colorado. We have a couple, or at least one other person from Colorado here, but a few people from Colorado in our stream community. Beautiful state. I find it to be rather arid and dry, and also arid. But the mountains are lovely, and the river trails and the waterfalls. What am I looking for? I am looking for the configuration. Yeah, the configuration components, value configuration. So I would like for you, and you to please stand up. For you to go down here. This may get a little claustrophobic, so I do apologize for anyone that doesn't like if this appears like clutter to you, promise there's a method to the madness. You're actually seeing the method to the madness get set up. So I open up the things that I'm working in. Why aren't you staying focused? And I usually have the UI stuff on top. So the Razor files or Blazor components, and then the code stuff on bottom. So the code behind files and the SAS files for styling. Oh, excuse me. And also, real quick, I will be taking a break a little into the stream. Just so you know. I was making the red dots go away. Also. Okay. So we're working in this value the value configuration component that has the output preview, which is this part right here. Transform value display, results preview. If it's expanded, I made it to where we can click on either the current value or the new value. So if I open this again and I expand our preview, see that we have a cursor. Again, styling. I would want to make it to where hover works better when you're hovering over any of these items. But right now, hover would look weird if I tried to implement it as is. So for example, if we're expanded in value display and hover not active, then we're going to give it a background color. But what you're going to notice is that it's only going to do one or the other, since these aren't actual like TD or TRs in a table. So they're not table rows, they are just divs. And the output for this thing is a div wrapper that is display grid with 2 columns. And column 1 is a value display, column 2 is a value display, or cell 1, cell 2 are value display elements. And so it's kind of difficult on hover to say, like, well, I'll show one thing real quick that will work, but then you're going to see what the weirdness is from it. So if I said, if we are hovering on one of them, then I want the nearest dot value display, so the next sibling, to also have a background color of that. Oops, did I just cut? So this is going to work great when I'm hovering over the first cell, but then when I hover over the second, works not so great, because the next sibling is on the next row underneath. I have solved this before, and I will do it again. But right now, I'm not ready to do it, so I'm not going to worry about it. But you get the point. When you hover over one of these values or value pairs, I want it to hover, highlight. But the thing that isn't happening is after I do change the selection for which one of these I want to use as my preview value, it is not actually updating up here. So I need that to happen. And that's going to be on this update preview index on click. So I update the preview index. We are supposed to handle the transformation, the value transformation changed, which is supposed to repopulate the transformation results. And for this, I am clearing out the transformation results for that given value. So the way that I'm keeping track of this to hopefully make processing this faster, like I don't know if you could tell, but even at the largest table, the processing of these are pretty quick, like almost instantaneous. And that's because it only needs to do the calculation once, or the transformations once per updated value. So for each value, so in this case, one value is SD25AGT01, I have a dictionary of transformation results that happen at each step of the transformation. This one just displays the last result because that means all transformations have applied. But for each step in the transformation, it's just getting the value from the dictionary. So it's saying, for this specific value here, give me back the list of transformations, which will be these. Or give me back give me back the result of applying all transformations for this value at the index 1 in this case. This one is at index 0. And it's just give me the list of all transformation results for this value, and then give me index this, and then apply that index, or apply the transformation. Gosh, words are hard. I don't know if you know that. Okay, so saying that out loud, I still do like this approach, but if someone does have a more interesting approach that they can actually talk me through, cool. I may be willing to listen. But I need to figure out why, when we are changing the index here, it is actually changing the index because we can see the active class. Oh, and codes. No way. How have you been? I hope all is well with you. We can see that the active CSS, or the active class, gets applied to the one that we just clicked on. And this active class is based on this not being a grid. I mean, not showing the grid, is based on the, oh dear, I've lost it. Here we go. Is based on the preview index getting set correctly. So that part's working fine. We're updating the preview index. We are repopulating all transformation results. I don't know why though. We don't need to when we change the preview index. The thing that we do need to happen is for the actual preview itself for each transformation here to get applied. Okay, so it's got to be on this apply transformations through, and value index I am not setting, so it should be using preview index. Let's see. I got a thumbs up from Owen Codes. Phantasmal. Let's just see what happens as we change the selected preview index. Let's see if this actually gets called again, or maybe we need to do a status changed. I'm going to try to avoid as many status changes as I can. Dude, if you're going to give me a suggestion, then give it to me. Okay, so first of all, we need to see if value index does get changed to preview index. So if I push this button here, interesting. Why did you... Yeah, I'm thinking it's these two here. So if value index, if not value index has value, then we'll console write line, because we're making the assertion essentially that once we do the apply or once we do the changing of this thing, right, it repopulates. Yeah, it repopulates our list of transformation results per value. And second, it refreshes these guys. So we start at -1, then we go to 1 and 2. Let's add one more just so we can see it. So 0, 1, and 2. I said that wrong, didn't I? We go from -1, and then the next time we do 0, so that we can apply all of the transformations that came before the one that we're about to display. And then inside of this value transform rule, which is the UI for picking the transformation type and then setting the parameters for that specific transformation, and then the displaying the result value. So this cur transform here is not getting updated in that component. And it's probably because the transformation itself this is good. We're passing the transform result forward. That's good. Yeah, so it's going to be within this component that we need to look again. But for now, let's just see what this prints out for us. Clear. Claro. Expand preview. Choose this one. Yeah, so it's still saying, oh, right. The value index. I'm going to do this. Nope. Value index. So that I can print it out after the value index updates. Okay, now tell me. Here we go. Clear you again. We're going to choose the one after it, and it should say 7. It does. So it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It is re-getting the value at this value index, and that's going to be distinct values at value index dot value, because it's nullable. And so it should be 0, 5. And this one is 3, 0. Yeah, so why then isn't this updating? And it's because the child objects don't know that they need to refresh their values. Okay, so this part is working. The data set. No. Mark as junk. Junk. Okay. Activated. Oh, one other thing. I have an icons library type thing. GitHub one lion Blazor component library. Not the GitHub pages branch. I'm pretty sure I put the icons in here. I did not put the icons in here. So the way that I normally do icons is I have a component library that's specific to the icons, and one component that's called an icon component. Clever, I know. And all that that icon does is it takes an enum for icon name or something like that, an enum called icon name as a parameter. You choose which icon you want it to display, and then it will find that file, get the type. So it's a .razor. Every icon is a .razor file, is a Blazor component. It'll get that type from the icon type and render the HTML for it, which is usually an SVG. What I decided to do in this project, again, it's just a sample project, but I thought it was kind of interesting to do it this way, was I created a Blazor component still, but I have a static render fragment that will be the icon itself, and I'm allowing you to pass in the additional attributes so that you can do stuff like change the color, change the size, add a class tag attribute to it if you wanted. But it just outputs the icon itself. Hello, Foolish Snubble. Hope you're having a great day. I saw you over on TBD stream. Hope your blogging is going well. Anyway, I thought this was kind of an interesting way to do what are these called? Icons? And hello, Peter. I hope everyone's blocking goes well. Even my enemies, says Peter. Well, that is very thoughtful of you. Very kind of you. Okay, I need to figure out why the actual values are not updating. So I need to find this thing here. And when the current transformation result gets updated, nothing happens. So the parent component is updating a parameter that this component uses, and this component simply passes that parameter down to, dang it, I apologize. The parent component uses value transform rule. So here's where we need to go first. And here is that transformation result that should be getting updated. And as a matter of fact, we're going to print it out to see that it is getting updated by shoving it in a div. No class. We're just going to output cur transform dot original value pipe cur transform dot value. Oh, and I actually have a um, what are these called? An extension method on my transform result records to get them as a display. That way, if it's like an empty string, then it'll display blank versus a null string, then it'll display null. And I'm doing this because I put it in angle brackets. Okay, which means that our UI should now show us that we are getting the updated, and on top of that, the preview updated. Okay, but here it didn't. Here it didn't. Okay, so this one ends in 0, 2. The in value in the component, so again, everything from the dropdown to the to the end of the out value, this is all contained within the component. So I updated this, the child component did not update. Good, good. But we are definitely looping through again and updating the selected transform result. Give me the last characters. Yeah, that's better. And this is going to be the same reason that the sequential transformations aren't updating their in and out values either. They are getting updated as I make changes to the value up here. You can see it happening in real time, but not inside of the child component. So I need some way to notify the child component that it needs to update. And how, oh how, do I do that? How do I do that? Well, one easy way to do it is, man, I really, really don't like doing it this way though, is having a private field for transformation result. And this is something that I saw happen on another stream that I don't want to recommend doing just because there seems to be a reason that let me do it like this. There seems to be a reason that Visual Studio slash Microsoft have decided that they want to give you a green squiggly here for doing this. But essentially it's if your parameter is not an auto property, it gives you a warning. And so I'm sure there's a reason for that, but I am curious to know if this will work. So I'm only going to inline it because I don't want to write all this code just to decide that I'm going to scrap it and not use it anyway. Allow null doesn't work on a full prop. Huh? Oh, did I accidentally delete a character? I deleted an L from here somehow at some point in time. Okay, anyway, so here we go. Value is never going to be null since it's editor required and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like that. This is only one step, but I also need to do this in the value transform detail. So we did it in this component just to see if it will update the child component as well. So if I select, I'm actually going to get rid of this one so we can see them all. If I select this one, then no, it did not update all the way down to the detail. Okay. So let's do the same thing in the detail. And maybe what I need to do instead is pass it as a cascading parameter. But then that will tightly couple all three of these components together. Maybe I don't want to do that. Did you think of that? Do you need a rebuild or anything? No. Okay. So this one should work. It did not. I was not expecting that to not work. I did save everything, right? Yes. Weird. Very, very weird. File. And I do want this. Give me this. Give me this. And why didn't you? Oh, right. There's nothing to auto-populate. Okay. Yeah, still not updating. We would have seen it immediately here. Let's get rid of this. Okay, I am passing, I'm getting the transformation result at that current index, passing it as a parameter. Ah, duh, duh, duh. Instead of using a full prop, which I didn't want to do anyway, I think the approach, just my brain is telling me this, so I could be wrong. This is an assumption. The approach is to use protected override on parameter set or on parameter set async. And I will keep track of the previous transform result. I will allow null for now because we will definitely set it on initialize, which is kind of like setting it in the constructor. And I think in .NET 9, you're going to be able to. But I think on initialized matters more because you do have access to the parameters. But on previous result, or if, sorry, previous result will equal current result. Then if previous result dot original value does not equal the new current result original value, then we're going to handle, oh, it's just my transformation result the whole time. The whole time it was my transformation result. The whole time, man. Okay, I'm doing it that way then. What was I thinking? This is how organized I am. Do you like it? I hope so. It actually does make a lot of sense. Okay, so if the original value does not equal the potentially updated current transform results original value, then we will apply the transformation again. So we reset the current value and then we reapply the transformation. Yes. Yes. I think that's going to do it. I think that's going to work. Just that one thing. So I need to clean up the rule so that you are no longer a full prop, but an auto prop, please. Save. Arigato. Mojo, what, did you start early? Yes, you're awfully late. And you call yourself a supporter. Yeah, so I will arbitrarily, I'm not going to set it to a schedule yet, but I will arbitrarily start the stream earlier and end later than my normal 10:30 to 12:30 Mountain Time. The music has stopped. No wonder it felt so weird. The music errored on us. A wizard arrives precisely when he means to. I kid you not. Wait! Autofill, I meant kidding. Second time that's happened to me. Oh, tomorrow you might have -1 viewer. Huh? That crazy, and that the music on most streams is really, really low for me. I put the music low on this stream in case you want to listen to your own music in the background or you don't want to have music at all. I try to have pretty laid back mellow music to begin with, so even if you can hear it, that it is not something that is mind melting. Or maybe it is mind melting to you. Who knows? I don't know that. But it's just so that you could decrease the music, because when I listen to other people's streams, I try to have their stream turned down enough to where I can't hear their music, since I'm usually either listening to my own music or making my own music. And just to be clear, this is not mind melting for me. For some people, it could be because it is laid back and that makes their brain go bleh, and kind of oozes. Mojo said to Peter, try different headphones, mediums. My headphone, music is usually loud, audible. PC, not audible. Loud, audible, that's a phrase. Says Mojo. It is a phrase. It's a good phrase, and it makes perfect sense. I want to use the one that has the mapped fields already. I think I just saw a flurry go down my window. That was weird. Peter says to Mojo, weird. I usually have a stream on my iPad and I turn it half volume so I can have it on in the background. TBD says, I'm going to start playing obnoxiously loud techno. It'll improve my stream 1,000%, I feel. Your stream is fantastic, TBD. I would urge you not to worry about viewership count. I know that your main intention is to get involvement and to have people discuss the code with you. I love doing that. I love discussing code with other people and their opinions that differ from mine. And I know that you want to foster that kind of community too, but I don't know. Wubs are through the roof. I don't know. For the viewers that you do have, I mean, you have great viewers, a really good community already, so I don't know. Yeah. What am I doing? I have no idea. Good. We're going into site ID. This is another thing. This is a UI quirk. Since I have this kind of fly-in animation from the side, the content doesn't know that it has enough space to expand until it refreshes. And then it's like, oh, I got all this space. I'm going to go ahead and go in one line of code. Anyway, let's go with starting at 3. Give me 5 characters, which is going to suck because I need the last character. So starting at there. 5 from the end, give me 5 characters, which is the same as just saying start 5 from the end. Whatever. Change. Oh, come on. Now it's not even changing the value. Ah, what happened? I can't even change value anymore. Change my index. My guess is that we're stuck in, no, it's not even stuck in a UI freezing loop. What would cause that to suddenly explode? Very odd. We would know that the preview index updated because we would see the active class change. So this class here would move to the one that the preview index is now. Yeah, no, everything did freeze. And I'm thinking it's this exception here. Yeah, There are some exceptions that are happening. Oh, okay. One of them is that the initialize has not happened on the first on parameter set, I think. Let's just take a quick glance. Value transform details, uninitialized. Okay, show me what order these are firing, please. No, no, it's something else entirely. Oh dear, I am breaking it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna restart Visual Studio and the code. Oh wait. It was doing it, and there it is. On parameter set is getting called over and over. So that's what I was thinking was happening. I was calling some part of the life cycle repeatedly. And that is what's happening. So how is that getting called so often? In fact, that's probably where the entire bug has been. So are any of you guys interesting. Actually, I'm just going to put it down here. I think because of the two-way bind logic for the new transformation result available. Hello, C Films. I am doing great. How are you doing? Glad to know you are doing great. Thank you for answering that. I am doing fantastic. A little confused. Not even confused. I'm definitely aware of what is happening. I just need to figure out what it is that I really need to do with this. So am I even subscribed to this? Do I have an event callback? I do right here, which is just the forwarded callback from whatever is using it. But I don't have anything registered to it. So I don't know why it would continue to re-query. Or not re-query, rerun the method. But TBD says, okay, I'll appreciate you all, but this time I can't avoid the meetings any longer. Time to start the back-to-back meetings. I think I got them all. Peter says, chat, are you productive today? To answer for myself, I am in Twitch chat right now, which means yes, you are. TBD says, take care, have a great rest of the day. If I don't see you around, thank you so much, TBD, for being here and for your wonderful streams. You are an amazings. My phone says to me, you need to pay attention to me. You haven't looked at me for 5 minutes. Oops. Whatever. Shout out from Mojo. So Mojo has been helping TBD with Liquid Sky. So I hear he's working on a different component, the control tower, I don't know how you guys refer to it, command center. Control and Command. Anyway, he's been doing a lot of just software development in general and learning it, and he does stream it. Liquid Sky is TBD's app. Speaking of, I wanted to grab the description that I put for it. It is right here. I don't like to pay that person. I'd rather spend my money elsewhere than on attention. Truth. Um, and my phone really, really wants me to pay attention. I think I might be a little lagged. Oh dear. I bet you all of these situations that kept happening with the way that I was loading this and getting stuck on the on parameter set has caused the stream to lag a bit. I don't have any dropped frames, but yeah, I bet you there was still just lag. Yes, APP. But to summarize it, Liquid Sky is a code name for the project that TBD Gamer is working on. It is a project management and planning application where project managers and product owners and product managers can put stuff like here are the requirements for the project, and then developers can go in there and put things like implementation details and other information. And it's kind of like Jira and Azure DevOps, but more geared towards the separation of concerns. Developers see what they want to see and what's important to them, and project managers see what they want to see and what's important to them, and don't actually get in the way of the implementation itself. Instead, they just provide all of the details about here's what's required. Then the developer does their job, and the project manager doesn't do their job. Bitgamey and Napalm at the same time ish. I hope you guys are well. Hola. Bienvenidos. Okay, I need to figure out why the on parameter set is getting called so often. So let's do that real quick. Once we solve that, I'm pretty sure we're going to fix the issue with the loading. I know that it's what's causing the. Oh no! Wait! I was looking at the wrong thing. I have an idea on what it actually is. Pew pew. Hey, it was actually up and running. I didn't need to go and refresh it. I like how your name is in angle brackets. Bitgamey. Okay, so the thing that I was running into just now is that I have a component nested inside of another component. Nice. Nested inside of another component. You scored an 11, but you got an extra 23 points. This is using Blazor. For the component library part of this, yes. For all of the other applications that I develop for my work product, they use Blazor for the UI as well. Some of them are still stuck in VB.net, which the one application that's still VB.net is going to get moved over to Blazor. And one of them is still .NET Framework 4.8 MVC, which is also going to go to Blazor, because we go to 11. Because I'm just like, Bitgamey. Bitgamey's like, Dukesoft and angle brackets. Why did you start using angle brackets automated realms? Not that you're going to answer me by voice. Okay, let's try this file again. Hello, Bitgamey. I used angle brackets to represent the opening and closing of tags in XML and HTML markup languages. This allows for clear and organized way to structure the code, blah, blah, blah. But what about for Bitgamey's name? Are you an XML element? Is that what's going on? You never told us. Dang, that thing responded fast. Phoebe says, cool, thank you, curious. Never used C Sharp, especially not for web. Did Java in university. That was my last experience with the family. Lately, mostly Python, but I snoop other lingos. So yeah, um, I am a .NET developer, have been for a billion million years. And um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Okay, it only hit that once, and then if I change the expand preview, it hit it twice, and then when I try to change, that's when it goes into the loop. So it's definitely on parameters changed that's causing it. And I really do think it has to do with, instead of what I was saying, the new transformation available, value transformation changed. Because value transformation change triggers another. Yeah, but what I don't get, it triggers another on parameter set. But what I don't get is that it's saying that the my transform dot original value. Oh, is not equaling the new transform's original value. So that yeah, that was definitely me breaking it, choosing the wrong thing. So it should have stopped with hot reload, except that it's still trying very, very hard. So it's not going to stop on its own. Oh, and it was waiting for me to rebuild the app anyway. New, close. But yeah, welcome in, Phoebus. Sorry that I keep distracting myself and not fully responding to you, but um, I am also currently doing my day job. So what you're seeing on stream is work that I do for my client. I used to work for them a long time ago, and I say a long time ago, as an employee of another consulting company that was contracted to do work with them. Then I moved jobs somewhere else, and then they got rid of that other consulting company and then rehired me directly as a consultant through my own company. And so now I am just doing my job on stream. Tugasoft is playing tag with Big Amy because Big Amy's a tag, according to Automated Realms at least. Big while you may not physically resemble a tag, it's important to remember that we're all part of a larger system. Just as tags help organize codes, we can contribute to a supportive and inclusive community that values collaboration and understanding. So even if you don't look like a tag, you can still play a vital role in the larger code base. And Napalm's like, so basically, yes. And then Dukasoft said, tag, Big you're it. And Big has this really cool emoji, a dancing flamingo saying, I can catch you easily with my long legs. It walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. Must be on LSD, apparently. Says Napalm. Automated Roams is definitely a hallucinator. For those of you that don't know, Automated Realms is my bot. It's just a bot that I built in Blazor. Here is what the UI looks like for it. Um, kind of. So chat shows up here. I will eventually have a Discord bot integration with it. This is the archery game that shows up on stream at the bottom. And I can do things like change the player's size, change the game area, positioning of the actual area itself. If I wanted to, I do it in here, and then I could save it because the URL is updating. So I will just use the URL as the browser source. I could change the game settings, like make gravity non-negative for example. So your arrows will always travel in the upward direction and never hit the ground. That would probably be bad because I don't think I have a timeout for the arrow. I think it would just go on forever. That would be really bad. Um, and then it kind of is to scale. Like the simulation is definitely to scale. Ooh, the simulation is definitely to scale. Your character's height is going to be somewhere between 1.5 and 1.95 meters. But the weird thing is that on screen, you're going to look much bigger scale wise. If I made the actual scale to scale, the horizontal to scale, the horizontal is the only thing that's to scale. So, like 70 meters away is the entire width of the play area. Um, and then the target can show up anywhere from halfway to fully out the way at 70 meters. But then you would be a tiny speck over here. You wouldn't be able to see yourself. The target would be even smaller, and it would just be hard to see. So I made the Y scale a little bit more squished. Okay, that's that. The end. But you can see them. The other part of automated realms is that I have an LLM running locally on a computer over there, and you can talk to it. You can send messages to it. Enjoy. Try not to violate TOS because I'm not really reading the responses. Napalm is really enjoying the um the hallucinating. Yeah, definitely feel free to have conversations with automated realms. It will try to remember. Its context window is like 30. It's something small. I mean, it's a local LLM, so you shouldn't expect it to remember everything. Summarize our conversations up to this point. Our conversations have been focused on the concept of tags in XML and HTML markup languages, as well as the differences between tags and physical objects like balls. We've also discussed various streaming recommendations and some lighthearted moments with jokes and laughter. The differences between tags and physical objects like balls. Napalm is about to pass out from laughing too hard. Just remember TOS. That's all. Oh my goodness. It's fixed. Wait, 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 wait. It's lagged by one. It's doing that thing you do. Okay, what does that mean? It's updating the original value, but the new value is not getting updated. What does that mean? Man, I really don't like potentially needing to do this. Wait, you're a task. That could be one thing. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Do you need a rebuild after that change? Yes. We don't need the print lines anymore. Man, it's doing root edits for things that you wouldn't assume are root edits. Right. I like using this one because there's a lot of distinct values. Yeah, didn't update value. Return working code. Job's done. Okie dokie. On transformation details, if it changes, console right line, new results are original value. I mean, get original value display, extra crispy is get current value display. Save. No, broke it. I forgot a semicolon. I never forget semicolons. Ever. Who are we printing to? Nobody, that's who. Save everyone. Rebuild. No, no rebuild. I'm still getting the console rights for the on parameters change, so I'm assuming that lukewarm reload didn't apply my changes to the details window. Why are there so many random breakpoints? Where are you guys coming from? Utah. Okay. Boosh. Where? Somebody print out for me. Okay, new results are. Why? 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 Oh. Oh my gosh. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Um, Original value. You know what? Let's just apply it to the current transformation every time instead of trying to update my transformation. Oh my gosh. So what was happening there is I wasn't resetting the original value either. And instead I was setting the value to the current transformation's value, which I needed to change it to the current transformation's original value. Okay, we're going to see what happens when we do it this way. The answer is, do we need a rebuild? No. Boosh. Yes. Oh my gosh, that was so special of me. But figured it out. That's fantastic. I do want to still add a debounce to this, so let's go ahead and do that now. Right meow. An easy way to add a debounce in C# is just to use a cancellation token source and a system.timers.timer. So that's going to look like a private cancellation token source underscore result CTS and a private system.timers.timer not nullable debounce timer or results. Well, whatever. We only have one timer on here, so I don't have to worry about it. We're going to make a new timer, and it's going to have an interval of, I don't know, is half of a second too long? I'm going to say 200 milliseconds. Auto reset is false and enabled is true, which I think is the default. So I don't think I need to set these. I almost always do. Default value is true. So I'm going to set auto reset to false and enabled. What's your default value? false. Okay, enabled is true. All right, ampersand then underscore debounce timer dot elapsed plus gets, create that for me because lazy. Handle debounce timed out. And what we will do in debounce timed out is so we want to handle operation detail change. Oh, first we want to stop the timer. Debounce timer stop. Then we want to do handle operation change, but this is an asynchronous function. It's a task, I should say. And so we should probably await it, because the thing that's going to happen is if anything up this chain does a regular state is changed and not an invoke async state is changed, they're not going to be on the UI thread, and that's going to cause issues. So what I would prefer to do is await, which you typically don't want to do in a void method, but there really is no good way that I know of to handle a timer timeout event and call asynchronous methods. And then again, so that we can switch context to the UI thread, I want to do an invoke async handle operation changed. Okay. And what that will do is it will initially give us an underscore CTS dot do I really need a cancellation token? I don't think I really need the cancellation token. Are you async? No. So I don't think we need it. But the point is that we would have started off with canceling any existing processes, but this goes so fast that we don't need to. We would cancel it, we'd create a new one, and then we'd keep track of the token. Actually, this isn't where that would happen. Dude, Copilot, you were doing so well. This token. Then we would use this token in any of the asynchronous calls that we had. Is there an overload that has a cancellation token? No. But anyway, we would have passed the token along to any downstream methods that we're calling that are async as well. But we don't need to do that because none of these are async except for you. Yes. You get a cancellation token? No. All right, then. Point is, we don't need that. But what I do need is to change the location that the operation detail changed method gets called. So no cancellation token source. And here, instead of handle operation detail changed, actually, yes, we will do it in there. And this is simply going to be debounce timer stop, debounce timer start. So this is essentially resetting the debounce timer. Then instead, we would have a private task of task. And I don't know why it's a task of task. I honestly just used that because the IDE suggested it to me. So if anyone does know why it's good to use it this way, then please let me know. I am returning an await when all in the end. Form value update is what I'll call it. Apostrophe there. Debounce is now added. We don't need notes there anymore. Okay, so now what are you saying to me? Replace that with a property? Does that make sense to do when it's going to be a method that gets called? No, I don't want to replace that with the property. Thank you, though. Oh, I think the 3 dots are because I haven't referenced it yet. Okay, so that's going to get referenced here. Oops. Okay, so that should give us a debounce. And what that will avoid is, let's say that I have a substring match. Every single time that I change this value here, it's doing a on input, or actually even in this case, it's an on change because the value applies immediately after I push the arrow key. But if I were to actually type it in, then on every keystroke it's applying. What it's supposed to do with our debounce, which maybe that didn't actually apply yet, is it will wait 200 milliseconds between keystrokes or changes to the value before running the give me the new updated value. That is a lot of junk. Today I am getting about, I don't know, 4,000 times the amount of junk mail. Yeah, refresh. Nope. It is not going to be happy with that rebuild. Oh, we're so close. The next thing to do after we're done with this updating values thing and choosing a preview is to get the actual transformation operations to work. As you saw, substring works the way that it's supposed to. String interpolation, I don't have a way for you to do any kind of string interpolation yet. You being the customer that is going to be using this app. Yes. Okay, now let's make sure that debounce works. So you can see that it's not actually updating the value until I've stopped changing the value for 200 milliseconds. And 200 milliseconds may not seem like a lot, but if you are a typical typer and you are updating values, now it would have run. It usually don't pause between keystrokes long enough for it to fire, but I also don't want the user to wait around for a half second because you will notice the half second. 200 milliseconds is right about that cognitive load point where it's just long enough to not feel like, I mean, it's just short enough that it still feels pretty instantaneous. What I was trying to say. Okay, let's start back 5 characters. Then change the, oh no, it's doing it again. Okay, so here is where it might be stuck on the on parameter set. as a computer programmer, I type 40 words per hour with errors. Want perfection? You get less words. Okay, so I still am getting caught in a loop, apparently. Exit page. I wasn't expecting that to happen. So let's find out what's going on with my second value. Yes, napalm. Type tab, type tab, type tab. For me, it's more like type one letter, review, tab, tab. A, tab, tab. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted there. No, it's not. Private functions, anonymous functions, whatever. Trying to run the code. So we need to figure out what was happening there with the freeze. Mr. Freeze. I'll go ahead and bring back our console write lines. I find that console write line is better for identifying loops. Well, that was bright. Oops. Number. Get current value. $sign. Then we need the actual helpers, please. Oh, get current value display. That's what I said. Okay. Thindle's here. Hello, Thindle. Happy Wednesday to you. Some day of the week. Shout out for Thindle. Thindle's an amazing .NET developer. He's got a talk tomorrow. Please share your YouTube link for it as soon as you feel like it. Halloween Day, there's going to be an Azure App Days, Azure, whatever it's called. And he's going to be presenting on Azure Static Web Apps. He was doing a lot of streaming on it yesterday. I was there. I was just very quiet because trying to get this done. All right, there is the YouTube link. It has a notify me. I have it notifying me on my main account, so that's why it's not marked here. But you will see. You will get notified. So it's right. It's a decent time for me, but 30 minutes after, I am going to be doing exercise. So if your talk is specifically in the middle, as long as it's like either before 7:30 or after 8:30, I'll be able to watch it live. Otherwise, I'll just move the scrubber back to find you. And by 8:30, I mean my time, of course. The only time that matters. Definitely after 7:30. But is it after 8:30? So is it at least an hour and a half after the thing starts? then I will be able to watch you live. Okay. Stop. Okay, here we go. If I add one, then we are stuck on. Is it for both? It's so hard to tell. Excuse me, can I get one of these? Thank you. I'd like to order one of these, please. Actually, give me all. Stop, 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 stop. Okay. Tell me that the site is frozen. Please. Please do. Okay. Around 12 for me. Perfect. Perfect. That is a great time. So yeah, an hour and 50 minutes is noon tomorrow for me. I mean, sorry, a day and 50 minutes is noon tomorrow. No, you're great. Um, I need to figure out what's going on here. Notepad. Notepad, not pad. Just to talk about a little bit more about what Thinno normally does is he does .NET development on an e-commerce app, typically on his stream, but it deals a lot with modernizing legacy code, moving from old .NET stuff, even before it was called .NET um, stuff, to modern technology and beyond. So check out his stream if you haven't had the opportunity. And yeah, enjoy. Oh, really? I thought that oh, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking ASP by itself was not ASP.NET, and .NET didn't really exist. But I thought ASP Classic was not ASP.NET. Oh, and ASP.NET was ASP2 at the time, at least when I remember what I remember of it. Anyways, modernizing legacy stuff. Exactly. Absolutely. That tends to happen quite a bit. The stream elements shout out for whoever it is decides that it wants to shout out soon after we did. Anyway, hello, Abish. I mean, sorry. What are we calling you? Wait, you're not the one that told me to give you a nickname. I mean, to call you by a nickname, right? So hard to keep track of you. You guys need to sit in the same seats. It was Karsh that told me to. You are Abishka. Abishkar Kafel. Anyway, hi. They said started to do the SaaS project I told you about, and man, setting up the database for the MVP took so long to do, and I also have to take care of future integration and so much lead. I almost said lead aches because I used to have problems with my lead. Abish, you can call me Abish. Got it. Got it. Let me make a note of that so that I can remember. Abish. Um. Anyway, so much headaches designing the database, but still better than front end. Yeah. Still much more enjoyable doing database design and setting it up. Did you go with Entity Framework or a different ORM? And further, are you doing code first if you did go with Entity Framework? I mean, I assume you are. It's kind of. They made it more difficult to go database first. Oh man, hiccups. All right. Thindle says, gotta get the op stuff done. I'm hoping for this weekend, then more wonk. I was gonna say wonky wonky. Jeez, I cannot read for anything. More worky worky on Tuesday, maybe. Hopefully. Thank you for pinning that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. More information on Azure Static Web App Day. Entity framework for now. Microsoft SQL, but planning to go on Postgre during publication when you publish it. Cool. Well, feel free to share your experiences with that. I am interested to know. But I need to figure out what is going on with my infinite loop with the on parameter set. Okay, so the on parameter set that keeps getting called. And I'll just keep a handful of these for us to look at. Let's go down to here because they're all the same. Can I pop you out without saving you? No, it has to be saved. That's such a weird thing. Give me regular notepad. Lineage. Oh wait, what are you doing in regular? You need to be on my actual notes. Okay, here's this. Go to my actual stream notes, please. I'll see you there. Whatever you say, wherever you go. Don't save. And where is the other one? Museum. Almost 2 hours. I just got the notification. Why, Twitch? Why? You didn't. Actually, you missed a lot. But that's fine. We're still doing great. We're doing perform value set. And then, yeah, why? Okay, here is set calls update, which calls set, which calls update. I mean, it's gotta be. But why is it only happening when I have multiple transformation components? So here is the behavior in action. So this is one, again, I'm sorry. I apologize for the lack of styling. Maybe what I can do real quick, just so we can at least distinguish the different rules from each other. Is to put a HR between them. Oh, wait, add and remove. Oh, but the add and remove button would be nice. Okay, there's some HRs. So the first rule works just fine. So I'm updating it. I'm doing the on parameter set, the perform value update because of the on parameter set with the debounce timeout. So that part's working fine. But as soon as I add a second transformation to this chain, so what's going to happen is that the first transformation's result gets turned into a new transform result as well. And this is the original value for the next result, next transformation. As soon as I do that, then even though this initial value on the left isn't changing, and that's what I'm comparing it against, it's still running the operation for the transformation result changed. Yeah, so I haven't been running it in debug because I thought it would be easier for me to see in console log, because then I would be able to see here's the current value, and after the form update, actually, no, let's start here. Actually, oh man, okay. So the thing that I'm seeing is on parameters set async would be for two different components. Let me just do one more thing with my console log, and then I will try to run it in debug, but I think this is going to help me visualize it better for myself. But then yes, I will put it in debug as well. For each of these details, I'm going to give them a unique ID. You can be read only. Right. Private GUID ID, read only. Guild guild.new guild, so that I can at least have, oh, actually I want to make you a string because we really don't need the whole thing. Substring starting at negative, give me the last 6 characters, and you're going to tell me to use a range operator, which I'm okay with. Sure. But what I suspect is happening is that the back and forth that we're seeing here are actually the two different components and not the same component. I'll read chat after I do this because you guys seem like you have some really good suggestions that I do want to use. No, it didn't take the egg, damn it. Now how reload. You know what? Just stop. Just stop the code. And since I'm stopped anyway, let's go ahead and put our breakpoints. So Tyron was saying set calls update, which calls set. Just add a breakpoint, look at the call stack. Also, you can get the stack at runtime if you want to log it instead of debugging. I don't mind running it in debugger, in full debug. I just tend not to. But where to put? The place to put would most likely be in the if statement. Right. Wait, no, not right. Just one more thing to check. When we are applying the value transformation using a substring operation, are we updating the original value? No, we are not. Okay. Hello, Emporium guy. I will greet you in a half second once I start this thing in debug. Save. Run. Okay. So starting back up here with Thindle's message. By the way, once my panic mode is over, I'm going to try and set up some source generators for @bind in Blazor because that was driving me slightly insane. I don't mind it. Like, it's a common enough pattern, but if you do have a way, I think the difficult part of it would be having it be a part of the component that automatically gets generated. So it's not like you can make a component up. Actually, yeah, you can. They are partial classes. Never mind. It would be pretty simple. Just kidding. Just kidding. But yeah, bindable parameter would be cool. It sounds cool. And then hello Emporium guy. Napalm says, I gotta bounce. Get some AWS SAS studying done. In darn certificate. Oh, darn certificate renewals. Boo. I think I've renewed all of mine so far, so I'm good until next year. The one that I really, really don't like renewing is the Security Plus certificate because there's so much, like, because I'm no longer with the Department of the Army. I can't use a lot of the credits that I would have gotten from them. Like, there's a security course that counts as 40 credits. CEUs, whatever you want to call them. I am also not Department of the Army. Not sure where I was going with that. Napalm says, I'm not even working in AWS anymore, but it's a good one to have. Yeah, and unfortunately, I ended up getting two of the well, unfortunately, it's really fortunate the way that I got them. Back in the day, MS Build used to do the coding challenge, and you could get a free certification exam. So I got two of them from 2 years in a row, and then they just started giving you only the badges, which I don't know if that's just as good or not. But so I have two Azure certifications that I need to renew every year, which isn't super hard, but again, it's one of those things where you still need to spend some time studying for to do the renewal exam, which is free. So I love that part of it too. Emporium guy says they asked me about AWS and Azure in my interview today. How did it go? Feel free to share. Okay, why didn't you take me to the actual code? Host. I don't even know what port this is running on. Um, excuse me. What what port are you on? Right. I told it to redirect the output to here. 7123. I have no certifications for nothing, says Tyron. Just like that too. Trust me. He said it just like that. I got two free certs too, and then I never redeemed them. Yeah, it's not the certifications that you get for free, it's the certification exams. So you still need to do all the studying. You still need to schedule the time of the proctor or go into an actual testing center and take the test and pass the test. Arm guy says, I mean, it was a clown show. It felt like they were looking for a senior dev. Still, for entry level positions. That's crazy. All right, I'm assuming it was an entry level position. Start index must be non-negative. Oh, Bad syntax. Yes, it was. Okay, here we go again. Substring, change, change. All right, make sure we hit our breakpoint. It does work. Original value was this. New original value is 3. It's the one that I just selected, so that's good. So now I added a new rule, and we are hitting this one. Okay, what's going on here? So here's our existing component. Here's our new component that just got initialized for adding a new transformation operation. We set it here. And there's a debounce timeout for this one. Why is there a debounce timeout? Why is there a debounce timeout immediately? Do you need to not be enabled when I first start you? It's probably doing an immediate timeout. Let's try this. Tyndall is saying, so I'm trying to come up with a good subtitle for the session. What do you think of turning the dynamic static, doing things the wrong way? Because I've written it really generically, but you could 100% do it more specifically for different frameworks and do it better. Well, if that does end up being your subtitle, I'll probably skip the video then. Those are my thoughts. If you were asking, since you were asking, it's a bit of a catch-all, and you can use the pieces you like of it. You can name it whatever you want, though. One of the first questions they asked me was, how is DI implemented in ASP before Microsoft implemented it for us? I don't even know the answer to that, and I've been doing .NET development forever because I didn't use dependency injection. I didn't think it was a thing, or I didn't know that it was a thing. Like I learned it in MVC in .NET Core, which is probably when they first started implementing it for us. If it was before then, actually no, it would have been .NET Framework. It would have been in MVC applications in the startup class. Um, with Ninject or Reflection or Hopes and Prayers. Okay, then I can, but I'm asking because I want input and I'm not decided yet. Just throwing ideas out there. The problem is that I can only give you my impression of that because I'm not devoting attention to coming up with alternatives to that or even the reasons why my brain is like it's not really a title I would tune into to watch. Um, but I would want to give you that kind of constructive feedback and not just say, oh, well, no. I would just skip it because that's not very helpful to you. What just happened? I think I just fixed it. I think I just fixed it. So what I think happened was at the very beginning, I was setting. Yeah, this is so weird. So this is supposed to happen synchronously. I get the new transform, then I set the debounce timeout. Okay. So the debounce timeout would call this no matter what. Okay. Never mind. I see what's happening. But I still don't know why it was looping. Because at this point, the original value would equal, sorry, the stored tracked original value would be equal to the passed in transformation's original value. Anyway, I think it's working. I think it's good. Let's just verify. And then we'll do a small commit and then work on the actual transformation logic itself. The only one that I got working so far is substring, like you saw. I want to have interpolate, string replace, regex, map, calculate, and an error has occurred. I don't know what that is. Oh, I guess I could use locks, but I don't I don't have a need for doing locks, really. Mostly because I don't want to add the complexity of potential race conditions. I mean, we probably have that already, and that's probably what was happening, but it gets even worse for me personally when using locks because I don't know all of the um, ramifications of using a lock. Plus, I'm also using async, so it would be a semaphore slim most likely. And I'm needing it to return to the UI thread. Unless you're answering another one of Emporium Guy's questions. My bad. So let me go up here. I can, it's your instant gut feeling, so cool. Emporium Guy says another question was about thread safe collections. They asked what you go on about making your own thread safe collection library. I was like, why would I need to do that when the framework already fixed provided it for us? I don't know the answer, to be honest. This is way out of scope of my abilities. Yeah, these are some interesting questions, and it could be that the type of technologies they work on require you to have a basic knowledge of threading, a basic knowledge of um, ASP from 1812. But that doesn't make sense. The first one doesn't make sense. The thread safe stuff does make sense. Thindle says to Emporium Guy, that or lock all the things. Yeah, even then, if you're trying to modify a collection that is not thread safe inside of a lock, you're still going to run into issues. Because what if you're reading from the same collection at the same time somewhere else? Same for remove, insert, remove at, take out, and look really internally at. But yes, why would I ever want to do that? Is a good answer too. Yeah, I would have accepted that answer personally. There are tons of really good types out there. Types equals list types, like concurrent dictionary, concurrent bag, for example. Just use Rust, problem solved. Thank you, Tyler. It depends is also good. Emporium guy said, and then started asking me about system design. How would you scale your applications and whatnot? But the current concurrent access isn't one of them. Oops. I got said when I found that .NET doesn't come with a circular linked list type, so I had to roll my own. I mean, it's a list with a object reference to the previous and next. Yeah, wasn't difficult, just annoying. True, I guess. I mean, I do that accidentally all the time. Yeah, and again, this was a junior dev position that Emporium guy is talking about. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time, see if we lock up. If we run into the loop again, I don't think we will. I think everything's going to be grand. Substring, add, we're good. Add another one. Okay, change this rule. There. Oh man. Okay. I had a feeling that was going to be the case. So I'm changing the rule so that the value of the previous. Oh my gosh, what could be causing this? The value of the previous transform become the out value of the previous transform becomes the in value of the next transform. Okay, give me a bunch of these again so I can see the IDs that are getting called. This should be enough. Man, what even am I doing? Copy. Notepad. Okay, so what are we seeing here? Where is... I don't think I copied enough of them. I wanted to see 3 in a row that had the same sequence. That's fine. So the original one was this. There's 2A 9115. Then for the second one, which is 861. Yeah, I need only 2. Let's start there. Hey, we are getting a desk, apparently. How did that even happen? I have my UI design folder. I have the stream, and I clicked up here. Did I click drag a link from somewhere else? That was very weird. That was very, very weird. No idea. We'll close 7291, I think it was. Nope. What are you running on? Coffee. 7123. I was way off. So the conversation still is going. I'm going to keep going with this. Oh, and hello, President. Not sure. I'm going to keep going with this until I figure out what the situation is because it will take a little bit more concentration than usual. But I'll do my best to catch up in chat when I am done figuring this out. But I do hope you enjoy your conversation. Know that you are loved. Okay, I only have two um, rules now, and I'm going to change the first rule so that the out value, which becomes the next one's in value, changes. Okay, stop. Copy. And I'm pasting it into Notepad++ first because box select makes it easier to get rid of the blazor.js.web label. Blazor.web.js. What did I say? Pasta. Okay. Handle operation detail changed for this one, which looks like it is the original. The original value. Debounce timed out. So we applied the perform update for the original value. Then we got an on parameter set. Oh, right. But we didn't get a perform update for this one. Do I still have a state has changed in here somewhere? No. 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 No status changes. So the re-render, if there is a re-render happening, it's not me using status changed or abusing status changed. This would be the last thing for the first group of things that happened. We changed a value called operation detail change that started the timer, the debounce timer. Then the debounce timer timed out, which calls the method perform value update, and that does a invoke the method callbacks. Because we invoked a method callback, the parent component essentially did a refresh and rebound the current transform, whatever it's called, parameter. So then we got one more parameter set. But in that parameter set, we saw that the original value and the current, the tracked original value and the parameter's original value are the same. Mm. Oh, but that's get current value. That's not the original value. Let me do it like this then. I'll do original value, comma, target value, or new value. Display. Okay. Close parent. But in the on parameter set, I want to know if it was updated. Okay, so we're going to also see if it matches the tracked and whether or not it's going to hop into that. So anyway, then we're updating the second item's parameters. They did not match, so we perform an update. We call on parameter, or the update again does the notify event handlers, event callbacks. So then it gets an updated parameter, which then it tries to compare, and it says that the original value does not match the new value, the tracked value. Yeah, so we need that information too. But again, probably should just run it in debug mode, which we're going to do. We're going to fix this. Okay, while we're waiting for lunch, I will read some chat, maybe. I got sand when I found out that .NET doesn't come with circular linked lists. Had to roll my own. It wasn't difficult, and it was a junior position. Okay, so yeah, just had to keep track of the head and the tail and make sure the tail always pointed to the head, especially when there's a delete that happens. Lists by themselves are kind of linked lists. So the C# list object, because they are ordered. And so you know who the previous one was by getting the index of your current one minus 1 if it's not 0. I had to override some methods since they were working with the tail.next. Then to Emporium guy, sounds like complicated question to ask a junior. I agree. And then probably to the code, why are you spamming constantly? President Not Sure says, sounds like they wanted a senior dev, but only pay as a junior dev. True. And then Thindle says, when you're not changing anything in the UI input. I'd like a sit-stand desk that's really stable. I like mine. If you get an L-shaped one, they're really quite stable. Super heavy, though. Then Thindle said, but everyone I looked at goes wobbly when it's standing configuration. I can recommend an autonomous is the company name that this desk is, and it's been super duper good. Emporium guy said to Thindle, one of his messages, sounds like complicated question to ask a junior. I agree. I really felt annoyed by the entire experience. Had to drive about 3 hours back and forth, 1.5 each way. Big Gamey did some more archery and missed. An Emporium guy said, I just hope they'll give me an answer instead of ghosting me. I don't mind rejection as long as I get a rejection. Daniel said, if I recall correctly, they're always with pre-allocation. I could be wrong, though. I don't know what the pre-allocation was for. Oh, the list. Gotcha. List objects. So a public, oops, I guess I don't need public here since I'm in a method. A list of something equals new collection, and then you add to that something. And then you add another something. Then we are able to do dereferencing in order of the items inside. Oops. Yeah, that works. Of the items inside. And so technically, you could do var, and actually, let me put this as 1. Var b prev is going to be hold index of b. Oh, hold at hold index of b minus 1. Anything. Thanks. You call me Katniss. Dang. 68 points for that round with a maximum of 80 points. Congratulations on that. Internal T items do not rename binary. Okay. Unless you're at 0. Yeah, I mean, this is going to throw an exception if you're at 0. But yeah, in which case you would do something like a test to say if hold index is 0, then return null. Else return. And no, I'm trying to focus on my work though. On Friday we can look at GitHub for sure. But yeah, I'll click on the link. I mean, I've definitely gone to list before, but what exactly are you wanting to point out about it? List is an array internally with a whole bunch of sugar around it. Well, I agree. But it's still the fact that list is ordered. Now, I said that list is linked list-ish in that you can find previous and next simply by getting the index of the current element minus 1 for previous, index of the current element plus 1 for next. And maybe I did say that it was a linked list. It's entirely possible. I don't know why I'm trying to open the dev console. I don't need the dev console. We're in debug. Wait, are we in debug? Why am I in this screen? I hope we're still in debug. Edit, substring, give me one character back. Next. Oh, I meant give me one character back. Okay, we should have hit the breakpoint. Why aren't we hitting the breakpoint? Because that's not the browser that was connected to the debug session. Oh, browser connected to the debug session. Where did you go? Where did you go? Type 2 LSO. Pasta. Whew, okay, here we go. It is all good. What am I trying to do? This. Okay, we got this. Substring, start at first character. I mean, start, you know what I mean? Skip one character. All right, change the definition, hit the breakpoint. This is the first time through, and this is for the one whose original value is D, which is going to be the second component. I guess I should put the ID. Yeah, I'm going to do that. For the second transformation, that's what I said. And I put the hater in the wrong place. Come on, Blaine. Let's go, Blaine's. Catch up. I love how you can just look the implementation things up on GitHub now. Yeah, pretty cool. I definitely will. I just want to know which one this ID corresponds to. Okay, so that was one run, that was 2 runs, 3 runs. My call stack is not increasing. My call stack is staying the same. Here, let's go to you. Excuse me, you and you. Wait, my call stack is changing. Oh, because I'm hitting different parts now. Okay, so this should be, let's say this is our, no, let's say this is our starting point. Right here. This is our starting point. So when we hit that one, there is no hitting that one. Interesting. Where did you go? Do you ever give me the other one? No, we're definitely stuck only on this one component. This component does look like, wait, how is that possible? My tracked original value is D, and the one that we are getting is the character D as well. And now original value is an object. Oh, it's an object. But it's a character though, so shouldn't, because it's the actual underlying type of it is character, shouldn't it do a value comparison? I'm interested to see what happens if we do it as a value comparison. So I'm interpolating it so that I can turn it into a string without doing a question mark dot to string. I kind of would prefer the question mark dot to string because I want empty string and null to be two different values that get compared. And so, yeah, I know that I'm saying that it's an object and we could have complex object types in a data table, but because of the way the import process works, original value is guaranteed to be something that could be .to stringed and not be like the object name when you .to string it. Okay. Fine. Okay, let's go again. So yeah, I think it was trying to do an object comparison there is what the issue is. Substring, change. add and change. Okay, so we hit the debounce, or we are changing the value. So we're starting the debounce timer. Debounce timer timed out. So we're calling perform value update. We're doing the perform value update. Now we're invoking all of the callbacks that are associated with this operation. And because of that, we are going to update the next component. Oh, we're trying to update the current component, and we saw that the original value, which is the original string for this whole entire operation, did not change. But now we're in the other component, and we see that the original value was the one that started at the first index, does not match our new original value, which is just D. So we need to perform the value update, tell the parent that things have changed, and then it re-renders, and we are now out of the loop. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my goodness. So again, final answer, I think it was trying to do an object comparison between original value and transformation result original value. The original, the dot original value, which is an object property on transformation result for the one that we stored, was different than the one that was coming in from the previous operation because we recreated all of the transformation results on the parent component. So it was a new object. I get it. I get it. One more run through to make sure that everything is doing what it's supposed to do. And I'm just going to get rid of all these because I know that it's going to work. Oops. I can't because the transformation that happens is from Excel or CSV to a data table. And the data table columns are typed specific to the import type, which could be a number, it could be a string value. What I could do is make every column in the imported data table a string, which is essentially what I'm doing when I'm transforming the values anyway. It would be a lot more, whoa, Big Gamey. Thank you so very much for the bits. You are amazing. Really appreciate that. Um, brain, brain just went bleh. Really do appreciate you though. Transformation. Yeah, I guess it was just a decision I made and I stuck with it. It's one of those situations, and it's like I really should reevaluate it. Does it make more sense for the original value to be a string, even though it's potentially a double integer long bit, any primitive type, really. I don't expect it to be a complex object. Because when I'm applying the transforms anyway, I am going to treat the value that I'm transforming as a string to begin with, and then try to parse it as a number, for example, if we're doing a calculation on it. And then just about every other operation is a string comparison of some sort. That's a really good question, Tyron. Thank you for asking it. I'm going to write it down for now. We're going to keep moving forward with this, but I'm pretty sure I'm just going to change original value to be a string. And I can do it now. It's not as easy because this is a source generated file, because I have layers of how this library is intended to be used. One is just the source generator that gives you all of the basic stuff needed to create a file mapper. So to map from a file to a C# class. So these are the basic things that are needed. And then you can build your own mapping rules and reading rules and all that stuff yourself. Then on top of that, I have my implementation of that, which has the file reader helper, which is it uses Excel data reader NuGet package. I have a whole bunch of mapping rules that you could use, copy, combine, and ignore, and then a whole bunch of operations that you can do on the values when you're doing a copy, combine fields, or ignore. What's the name of the scheduling feature in Nix? I have no idea. It's called Scheduler. I have a way for you to find out. Is your phone nearby? Do you have an Android phone? Okay, Google. What is the name of the scheduling feature in Unix?
Unix doesn't have a single, unified scheduling feature. Instead, it offers several tools for different scheduling needs. Cron. This is the most common tool for scheduling tasks to run at specific times or intervals. It's a powerful and flexible tool that can be used to automate
Red said cron right when Google did.
This tool is used to schedule one-time jobs to run at a specific time in the future. Batch.
They speaking me. Awesome.
These tools are often
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Gemini. I figured I could look it up or ask insanely smart people. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put the HRs like this. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything is awesome. Okay, so last try. This one should work. If it works, we're going to commit, and then we're going to focus on getting the actual transformations to work, value transformations. Why does it? Oh, because there's plus sign. Substring starting at 5 characters from the end. And the only one that works is substring currently. So let's say I only wanted the middle 2 characters starting 5 from the end, and everything is updating as it should. If I expand my preview and I say I want to now preview what it looks like from this value, so give me the last 2 characters. Oh, oh, that's fun. So start value can't be null. So if I try to erase everything from there, it's going to default it to 0. And then I can't put -0. So I have to put 2 first and then say I want -2. That's fun. Anyway, so last 2 characters, change,
I got a bad feeling about this.
change. All right, it's working. It's working. No issues, no errors. If the input value is blank, we output null in this case. I don't know why we're outputting null. It should output blank still, but that's fine. All right, so that did exactly what I wanted it to do, finally. About time. All right, what did I do, Copilot? Refactored and enhanced configuration handling. Sounds good to me. I would have put more details like updated the way that blah, 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 blah. Too many words. Go. Do the thing. I've got the best feeling about this big gamey. Only the best. I mean, you're here, so it's got to be good. Yeah, seriously. I do try, I promise. I do try to make it more concise. Wow, I can't believe that it's still like connected and working. It's been more than 2 hours. Okay, operation. Let's focus on the operations. And to do that, I will, oh, but I need UI for this. Dang it. Whatever, we're going to close everything for now, except for configuration detail. Configuration detail, because the rule is the thing that is containing it. If you had tests, you wouldn't need UI. True. 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 So I 100% agree with you. Here's a situation, and I am curious about your honest uh, evaluation of the situation to know if you would actually write test yourself given this situation. I know the answer should be yes always, but they notified me in mid-September that they needed this functionality to be available in early October. And they told me the requirements about it in early October. And the thing was, we need a way to receive an arbitrarily arranged spreadsheet set of data. So, for example, they get an Excel workbook that looks like this. Actually, no, this is a transformed one. They get an Excel workbook that looks like this with these columns that don't match one to one to our database. And so they need a way to be able to get this data to run the same process that already exists in another application where we get lab results from another lab, run the process on it, validate it, and then import it into the database in the end. So given that, do you and you don't know, I guess this one's a little wrench and it's something that I probably should have fixed by now. Um and you don't really know how to do test driven development. I did try starting it, but I don't get it. Like, I definitely started off with design. Ooh, I need to take a really quick break, but I will read your stuff. But I'm going to take a quick break. Okay. It may take 1 minute, it may take 15 minutes, but I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Thing is taken care of. Um, we are okay. So I was going to respond to Tyron's messages. He says if the time it takes you to load up the UI and test these various transformations as you write them is more than it would take you to write a set of tests for them, then you write a test as the dev loop of the UI side is just much higher. Wait, then you write a test as the dev loop of the use. I think I get that. um, you aren't writing tests to ensure the code doesn't break later, but rather improve your dev loop. Okay, so I would love to do that. I kind of want to do it now because I've already gone way past the time that I thought I was going to have this done. And yes, it did take me considerably more time, I think, than it would have taken me to start with writing tests, to write the library and add a UI as my test, as my tester, because even the UI is just a sample UI for what I kind of want um, the end result to look like when I put it in one of the apps. Um, but I could have just written a test library without even considering the UI at all. Ugh. And thank you. Do the okie dokie and you turn yourself around. That's what. That's what it is. Automated Rome says to Big Amy, "Hey, Big Amy, your shot flew over the target, missing it by quite a bit. Your score for this shot is 0. Keep practicing and focusing on your aim." Then Big Amy said, "Thanks, buddy." Automated Realm said, "You're welcome, Big Amy." "Remember, practice makes perfect," Big Amy said. "I remember that, but it doesn't seem to help with my aim." Automated Realm says, "Keep trying, Big Amy. Every shot counts. And who knows, you might just hit the bullseye next time." Big Amy says, "Your optimism is like a ray of sunshine." Automated Realms responded with, "I'm glad I could be of help, Big Amy. Remember, even the greatest archers started at square one. Just keep practicing and you'll improve." Big Amy says, "With support, I have no doubt." Automated Realms says, "That's the spirit, Big Amy. Keep your head up and your aim true." Oh, fun times, good times. Okay, so considering that, yeah, and I'm sorry I kind of ran away on you, Tyron. If you are not available anymore after I just disappeared in the middle of our conversation, I completely understand. If I wanted to add tests to the operations, for example, um, if you were to write tests for an existing library that you have to test the operations, how long would that take you to set up? I guess is the question. Because I'm going to assume it would take me 3 times as long just because I don't exactly know how to do tests. But I am going to try really quick because we have Copilot now, and I haven't tried writing tests with Copilot to help. I do want to do it in the library itself and not the UI. Yeah, and I've used XUnit quite a bit before, quite a bit. I've used XUnit. It seems pretty straightforward. I don't have any database stuff to worry about. The thing that is hard is providing something like sample data. Even though the thing that I would be testing is only in value, out value kind of thing. Um, I'm not writing a test for the data reader. I'm not writing a test for the ultimate mapping from an imported row, because it would be a data row that I'm passing to this method that will turn a data row into the C# class after applying the transformations. Yeah, I don't think I'll need very many mocks at all. other than just some sample data set, like a data table, a and a set of transformation rules. Yeah, man, it would be really cool if it would be cool if yeah. Okay. I guess I'll just run with this and see what my brain does with it, but it really does seem like I'm gonna need um I guess I'm a pictures person. What if the input what is the input to a transformer? I thought it was an object. The input is it's the um detail, what I'm calling the operation detail. So a substring operation is a value transformation base in which the operation detail is not actually used, but I am going to use it because I'm saving it to the database eventually. So it's going to be the JSON, the serialized JSON of the parameters that it uses. So the start index and max length. Um, but the thing is that a value transformation can be any arbitrary thing. Like you could have some very specific transformation operation that only your app would ever use and no one else's, because it's like, I want to be able to transform this field from whatever object we get as a string into a DNA strand or something. I don't know. All right. Well, anyway, thank you, then, Tyron. No, why aren't you on the next line? Generated files. Thank you for your input, though. I do appreciate it. I'm thinking of a transformation as an individual step as well as the chain. So yeah, test all the single operations exactly. And so that would be doable because for each operation, it has an apply method. That's what I would be testing. I just need an in value and an out value. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And so that's what I'm doing next with my interpolation operation, which is if I have an in value that is a string, then I just, my original value is just a single string, then I am just going to put the whatever the user has with the placeholder for that string, the way interpolate works. But if it's an array, then I would like to be able to use things like $0 for the first element in the array, $1 for the second element in the array, etc. And I was starting to think of using the regular format string, but there was something weird about it that was happening. So I ended up just using curly brace and then the number. Right. It was that format string. I think we saw that if I have more curly brace numeric values than I do parameters, and vice versa, if I have more parameters and I have curly brace numeric values, that there's some kind of error that gets thrown. And I didn't want that to happen. Okay. So no, we're going to get interpolate operation to work. The thing that I need is, yeah, and that's also the thing. I need the UI so that I can also think about how the user will be interacting with these operations. So for interpolate, I kind of want a string builder where the user clicks on a button that is like whatever the value is. So yeah, it's so hard to picture. So hard to picture. But like you can see here, the operation detail is $ curly brace 0. So if I were to use an interpolate currently, ooh, that didn't actually update the transform for the operation. That's going to be fun. Okay, well, I'm going to get rid of it and add a different one, and then reordering these. And oh my gosh, there's just so much that my brain is coming up with that I need to do for these. All right, new transformation, interpolate. The in value is the out value because the operation detail is $ curly brace 0. And I have the interpolate operation to be find out if it's an array. If it's an array, find out if it's null or empty. If it's an array, then create a new array with just that one value. Or sorry, if it's not an array, create a new array with just that one value. If it is an array, then it would be deserialized to a string array, the operation detail. Not the operation detail, the incoming value. And if that ended up being null, why are you nullable? Because deserialize would give me back a nullable string array. So if this ends up being null, then we just return the result with a value equals result value. The interpolation detail. Interesting. And why is interpolate detail null? Ah, you're in the wrong one. Okay. So let's start with this. Oh, okay, okay. So if the interpolate detail is null, then we just return a result with the interpolate detail. So we don't get anything back. Do I really want that? If it's null, then that means that we haven't specified any placeholders and we haven't specified any extra strings. But if the interpolate detail, oh man, I'm just going to do it like this for the UI. I'm going to stop trying to imagine all these things and just put something on paper. On what? On paper. So let's go into the thing that I should have left open, which is the value configuration detail. And for an interpolate operation, let's just do a label. We're going to bind it to interpolate operation dot operation detail. That way we can see what it does currently. It might actually already work, to be honest, if I use the right syntax. So our out value is currently the operation or the original value. And it works. It just works. Okay, interpolate works. We're done. So this is where I would want to start thinking about, and I'm not going to yet because I want to do all of the operations first, but this is where I would think about how do I represent this to the user? If they don't know the $ syntax for placeholders, then how are they going to know to use a $ syntax? Because I could do $0 and it'll replace it everywhere there's a $, a correctly formatted syntax. Man, I'm so glad that just works. So anyway, let's do regex next. Okay, once again, this is going to just be a text input so that I can see if it works or not as is. I did write logic for the regex, but you just have to write a well-formed regex. I don't know what kind of exceptions we're handling at the moment. I don't think I have anything special on a regex operation. Come on, take me there. Yar. Speaking of Yar, I will probably be ending my stream at the hour, the top of the hour that's coming up. I would go for the extra 30 minutes to the end of my workday, but anyway, we're most likely going to raid Irish John Games, so here's a shout out for him. If you don't know Irish John Games, he is a game developer using Unity, and he's making his own game called Rise of Piracy. It's a fantastic looking game that is strategy, ocean-based combat and stuff like that. You may see the shoutouts passing by every now and then where it shows that he is being published by Microprose. And he also has his game up on, or his game page up on Steam. But you can also check it out on Microprose. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, go back here, save, give me some UI. Regex match. I want to match on all numeric values. All numeric groups. So regex works. So I'm matching on every number. I'm matching on all numeric groups. I am matching on non-white space characters, which is just going to be one match, but still. I am matching on something that starts with no, something that has non-numeric characters, then 0, 4, and at least one, sorry, not non-numeric, non-space character. So at least one non-space character, the literal string 0, 4, and non-numeric characters. So we should not get a match after this. Perfect. But if I said that we could just match on any 0 or more, then we should get a match. But we aren't actually getting the groups back. So I used the parentheses because I wanted to get back the groups of what came before the 0, 4 and what came after the 04. So I'm going to have to figure that part out. Using parentheses to make groups. And I'm getting this from Visual Studio, the regex search. So if I'm searching for any non-space detail, non-space until no more non-spaces, then I could replace that with $, whatever you found first, bar detail, whatever you found second. So this kind of syntax is what I'm slightly emulating. Or not syntax, but behavior. And it mostly works. It's just that I'm not getting 3 groups. Or I guess 2 groups in this case. And that still works. That's still valid syntax too without the groupings. Okay. So do I want to get that to work? I think I do. Unless that's just not the syntax. Does anyone happen to know if in C# when you do a regex and you use the parentheses, does it treat the matches as groups? I'm just going to copy pasta. Andreas Sass Dev, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, welcome in. Welcome in. Shout out to Andreas. If you guys don't know Andreas, they've been working on a million billion things. Here is your goodbye window in multi-stream. Ducks. Quack. Oh, he remembered, or sorry, she remembered to stop the stream. I thought you were going to be waving at us for a long time after that. Anyway, Andreas Sastav has been working on, what do I have written for you? I cheat. I wrote down some descriptions, and you've been okay with me using these descriptions, so I'm just going to copy pasta. Do copy. So lazy. Pasta. Okay, so lazy. Once I kept the stream on the wavy duck for an hour or two after the stream ended. I think I've only done that once. Ever. He's probably lying. He's probably done it 6,000 times. I can't remember. I can't remember how many times I've done it. But anyway, working on what? What were you doing today, actually? Since you do a variety of things. I was definitely lurking on your stream, but I wasn't listening very closely because I've been streaming too. It happens and is part of being a streamer. So is doxing yourself. Have you done that? If not, you're not a real streamer, kid. I kid. I'm gonna see if I can copy all these. Basta. Okay, so yes, we are getting groups. Give me an interesting one. Yeah, give me 06 instead. Doxing myself. Oh yeah, for sure. In my early streams. But that hasn't happened in years now. Well, if you are ever using Visual Studio and you are concerned with doxing yourself, I can recommend an extension called NoDox. How's that for a plug, Thindle? If you know Thindle, I'm a JetBrains girly. Well, it's free. I've heard it's free. I should use it. I should switch to it now. if you've if you've ever been using Visual Studio and presenting in Visual Studio to people in Visual Studio, there is this amazing extension made by Thindle, who is we're a member of his community. He's a member of our community, and anyway, he created this thing to be able to mask out values in XML and JSON files. And that way, if you happen to accidentally open your secrets, right click on the sample app, manage user secrets on screen, and it's a XML format, then your value is masked out. TBD's back. Speaking of Writer, now it's free. Will Thindle finally pull his, now that it's free, will Thindle finally pull his finger out and write this free, super useful plugin for Writer? You're gonna have to ask Thindle. Oh my gosh, convince Thindle to make that extension for Writer. Just saying. I'm not invested either way. But it is a cool little extension though, isn't it? I like it. The funny story that I like to tell is that the day before he told me about it, he wasn't even on my stream that day, but the day before he told me about it, I opened up my user secrets on stream on accident, by accident, however you want to say it yourself. Um, there it is. There's the stream element shout out. I thought it was going to be coming up soon. I tried to scroll up to see if it did a shout out for you recently, and it didn't. And I had a feeling it was going to happen. Hi. Nice. So yeah, I guess you didn't actually say what you were doing. Um oh yes, you did. Maybe. 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 No, you didn't. Okay, I am crazy. Could you use try parse for the regex? That would be a good check instead of just automatically throwing an exception if it's malformed. Because right now, I did say I was doing I was working on my new builder pattern for the Atera engine. You're also working on your game engine. What you doing with regex? I am. We got to a point where we are now testing the transformation functionality, and it's the interpolate operation works. So for those of you new here, I am One Lion. I'm a .NET developer doing web development currently, full stack web development. I'm contracted to work at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, working on their 10,000 million billion applications. For example, water.rma. This is the one that I like to show the most because it took a lot of effort to get it converted, and I put a Blazor wrapper on top of the ArcGIS JavaScript library, and it was a lot of work. Did I mention it was a lot of work? So the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge used to be called the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, so you'll hear me call it that, was a site where they manufactured chemical weapons in the past for World War II. They started manufacturing them around World War I, and they didn't have to use them, so they needed to dispose of the chemical weapons themselves, break it down into its volatile components or less volatile components than the actual chemical weapon, and to dispose of the chemicals and the stuff that came out of it. They buried them underground. That's right. They buried chemicals under the earth and said, we'll let the earth process them as it moves through the soil and all that stuff. During that time, or around the time that they stopped manufacturing chemical weapons, they demilitarized part of the arsenal, sold it off to a well known company that manufactured pesticides. And the company that manufactured pesticides was not dumping their waste chemicals properly either. So it was getting into the water stream, and the water stream flowed up northwest um, towards the city that's around here. And we saw because I was alive in 1960s while this was happening. Um, well, I guess 1940s is when it all started. But anyway, we saw things like crops dying because this was all farmland, animals dying, animals being born with multiple heads, tons and tons of birds just passing out and dying around the little lake here. So the government was like, that that needs to be cleaned up correctly this time. So so there was a whole bunch of stuff. It became a super fun site. Not super fun, although you might think it was super fun at the time, or might not. So it became a super fun site where they put all of their efforts into cleaning up all of the toxic chemicals, cleaning up the water source, putting in treatment plants and stuff. And so this map kind of shows the location of all of the wells that we use for testing the water. Um, we test it at a few points coming into the Rocky Mountain Wildlife National Wildlife Refuge, and then at points going out of the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, and then also throughout the city itself. And so we do a lot of testing, and those tests are done by collecting water samples, sending them to a lab, and that lab performs the actual analyses on them and gives us back, it has this amount of this, they're called analytes, but this chemical in them, and that gets input through another system. So what is currently happening is that we used to send all of our samples to one specific lab, and that lab would give us the results back in a specific format called a TRN, which got, oh, I love showing this one off though. When I remade the login page, I decided to go 90s because I don't have UI skills, and I thought I was doing a good job. I can't use the test site though because I already turned that to Blazor. I have to use the current live site. Um, so anyway, these TRNs, these transfer files, get input into the system. A whole bunch of sanity checks. My European brain just realized those grids is the road, right? My brain is not used to seeing a map like that. There's a few things. So these lines here, there is an actual grid that breaks up the arsenal into sections, transections. And they're numbered so that we know where on the arsenal we are. But the actual sections that look like this, yeah, these are roads and housing areas and stuff. But like the perfect squares are typically just the grids for this map. This is the airport. But yeah, so the current lab puts their information in here. A whole bunch of sanity checks get run on it. If there are errors, then we get them corrected. But ultimately, a button gets pushed and the records get put into the database where they are picked up by this application and charted and shown to us. So let's see all of the water levels at, I don't know what button it is, man. At this location. What? Why are you taking so long? No. Whatever. Imagine that worked. 26040. search, add. Okay, so this one we can see what the well looks like. That's buried in the ground that we do all of the water testing from. And we can run charts on it. So this is running a chart for what the water levels we're doing across all time. And for this specific well, you can see that we have records going back to 1980s. All the way through today. So they're still taking measurements from this well. And so that gets charted. The team creates a chart document, which then gets put into an actual official Department of Environmental Protection, or no, sorry, the Environmental Protection Agency has us report. We have mandated reports. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't think right now. So anyway, that's all well and good. The thing that is currently happening is that we are no longer relying on one lab to do all of our analyses. Now, any lab that we have access to can do the analyses on our soil and water samples. The problem is that not all of the labs are giving us the information back in the same format. They have their own format because they do lab analysis for other places too. And they produce one standard format from their site for all of the other places, but these columns here do not match the fixed width columns that we get back from the original lab. So I can't use the same methodology of parsing the transfer file from our current lab. So they needed something to be able to map these files to that kind of import object. Exactly. So Andreas knows. You have to create converters between all the data inputs. The problem is, once again, one file might look like this, another file might look like this. So I'm writing it in such a way that it doesn't matter what the input file looks like as long as it has rows of data and no breaks in those rows unless there is actually a null row, and an optional header row if you so desire to have one in there. And it uses Excel data reader to you pick the file, put it in here. It turns it into a data set with one data table if it only has one worksheet, or if it's a CSV. It'll handle other file types in the future. Or it might not have a data row and it's just data kind of thing. Ooh. Okay, so now the thing that I'm working on is, as we're importing the files, one of the roadblocks that got put in my way is that there is a possibility that the columns that we get back in the source table, so this is the source table where we have lab sample ID, client sample ID, blah, 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 blah. It's possible that one of those columns could map to multiple output columns, which means that we have to take a portion of the value in that column and only map that portion out. Exactly. So it's more than just selecting which column goes where, it's also selecting how do you want to transform the data before we output it to the destination. Yeah. So as soon as I started working on that, like I was just doing it, you pick the source column and then it dumps it to the database. But because again, these are arbitrary, I can't really create these rules up front and have it apply to everything. So instead, I am going to provide the UI for them to pick source column, output column, or actually output column. What are the source columns? Are you combining multiple fields? Are you doing an if statement, for example, on if the unit of measure is micrograms, then divide the value wherever it is, by 10,000 or 1,000 or whatever before outputting it. So it's going to be that kind of thing. And yeah, TBD Gamer did put it the best way. It's just an ETL pipeline. It's such a fascinating challenge. I'm paying close attention. ETL pipeline is something I need to do for um, Liquid Sky at some point. Well, I will open source the library itself, the stuff that I'm working on. I will open source the library. I obviously can't open source the any of the other work applications, but yeah, it's a good time. But I've talked your ear off with that bit of it, so thank you for listening to it. I'd definitely be glad if you stuck around, but I understand if you've got things to do, especially post stream type stuff, food, water, restroom, whatever. Then I free you from my grasp. I do hope that you do stick around if you can. If not, ciao until next time. Snobble says to TBD Gamer, no questions. They are in agreement. And TBD said to Snubble, I asked one person and the thought was, this is your job. Why are you asking us? Oh, because there was conversation going on before all this while I was talking. We were talking about Ryder multiple times. I'm just teasing. I've asked him multiple times and he has explained why it's not quite so simple. And then what am I doing with regex? So with the regex one, the more interesting data set. So I am going to refresh because it doesn't do very well with me changing data sets on the fly. Is this one. And so again, the first one that we saw in this workbook is that the lab sample ID will map to the lab analysis number and analysis number fields. So here is lab analysis number. So that's coming from lab sample ID. And then the analysis number is also coming from lab sample ID. But we're only taking a portion of the analysis number, lab sample ID, and putting it into the lab analysis number. So that will look like first do a regex to extract all numerical values. Oops. All numerical groups, which will give us these three, then interpolate them so that we get the first number dash second number as the lab analysis number. And so you can see that the reason that I would want to do it with a regex instead of just saying, always give me the first however many characters this is because some of our values don't look the same. Some of our values start with a sequence of characters, non-numeric characters. No regex. Nice. Love it. Hi. Then Snubble responded back to TBD saying, I'm trying to get people to update dependencies with critical security flaws. Taken 6 months so far. Jeez. But yeah, this would be an example of a mapping that I want when I'm done with that. Then I go into the lab analysis or the regular analysis number, and that is the last number in all of the things. And I can't just look for dash, the last instance of dash number. So I would again want to do a regex match. I can't believe this is actually just working though. On backslash plus, which gives me back 3 values with an interpolate of I only want the third one back in all cases. Sorry, the second index back in all cases. I knew I was going to do that, and that's why I have it just print out if you type the wrong thing. The UI for this is not going to be this. It's going to be something similar, but this is concept. This is just proving that the library itself works. But this is a placeholder that is zero-based index. And so I want to take the third item from this array, which is the second index, and use that as my out value. And so you can see here in our preview that it works in all cases. So that works. That does exactly what I wanted it to do. Some other things that I'm wanting to do are, where is the method matrix? Matrix. So in matrix, there are multiple ways to do this, but one of the transformation types that I was wanting was a map. So mapping from an input value to an output value. Every time that you see water, output W. So my mapping transformation, my mapping value transformation has a list, a list of value map or something like that, where source value, target value. It's pretty much a dictionary of source value, target value. But the thing is that you can still transform. Oh, starting at 0. Give me one character back. You can still transform the value before doing the map, if you so chose. And so right now it says there's an error. This doesn't say there's an error, so this is potentially lying to us. I don't exactly know what that error is. Yeah, these are the kinds of things that I've been working on. I'm trying to clean up the last bit of this library because they needed it around the second week of this month. And here we are in the third week. So I'm feeling a little bit of pressure, but I'm also having a ton of fun with this. Whoa. That was really hard for me to parse TBD. TBD responded to Snobble saying, "It's great working with professionals." Wow. What a word. What a word. Okay. I'm gonna skip map for now though, since it's just gonna be UI for making a lookup list of from value to value. Um, I guess I should just check to see if I implemented it. I'm pretty sure I implemented all of these. I didn't remember doing it. Mm, map, map. He's the map. He's the map. He's the map. Okay, so if value mappings.count is 0, then we get an error back that says the value mappings are null or empty. The weird thing is that we should have seen that in the UI then. If any of these operations fails at that step, it's supposed to show me the error message at that step. But is it really an error if there were no mappings provided? If anyone has an opinion on this, I'd be very interested. For this mapping operation that I was talking about, which is where you take a given input value, you look it up in a list of key value pairs. So if this value appears in that dictionary of key value pairs, then output the value that it finds. If it doesn't find that value, should it output null / empty string? Should it output an error? Should it say the value did not exist in the lookup? Or actually, those are the only two things that I can think of. Or should it output the original value back? So 3 things. The 3 options were, if the value exists, give us back or if the value exists in the dictionary as a key, then give us back the value of that key value pair. The second one is, if it doesn't exist, then Oh, wait. These are all what to do if it doesn't exist as a key in the dictionary. If it doesn't exist as a key in the dictionary, the options are um, give us null or empty string back, give us an error back that says it didn't exist, the lookup value didn't exist, or give back the original value. Because if we decide that, then if there are no value mappings, then we're going to behave in that way. Oh, yeah. Forget about your anal meth. No. Good times. Yeah, it's going to be everywhere in this app. You're going to see it a lot. And it's not just the analysis, it's also the, oh, just meth in general, the methods. And yeah, it's going to be everywhere. Because the original developers of this app thought that it would be great to have database column names called anal meth no. This dev does not have humor. This dev found that annoying. Also, the naming. Those, like the field names that you see here, is the entity, the C# class for the database records. So these are actually the column names from the database. TBD says, I wasn't bringing that up. I chuckle every time, but I thought this stream was more highbrow than that. Not with the previous developers. And I haven't updated any of the database fields to match what I would call them. And Dugasauce is like, I can't help it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we canceled again today? Did I get canceled? Oh, duh. What was I thinking? Okay, so in Europe, a lot of places have already observed. Is that the word? Observed daylight savings, and so their clocks are already an hour behind setting your clock back, which means that Irish John's normal stream time is an hour later for me. So we're most likely going to raid someone else when I get to the end of the stream. I will go ahead and go until the end of the workday, which is in 15 minutes, because we're making a lot of good progress. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain what the app does again. It helps keep me on target and see whether we are making progress. And we have made a lot of progress. I'm really, really happy with that. Okay. So that should save. And if I open it again, it's still there. The thing that it's doing that it shouldn't is if I do make changes like this and I click on cancel, it's supposed to undo those changes and it's not. And further, it did not clear the field when I changed it to select a field. It's still trying to use, oh, it set the field name to null. Anyway, later. First, we're getting through all of these operations. It's so dark now in Norway. And it's going to get much worse or better. I like it when it gets darker earlier. Reg says, I love finance peeps that put spaces and hash signs in column names and then ask you to import the data. Oh my gosh. You stop that. This is a family friendly stream with our anal meth no columns and our extra meth no and our meth matrix and our. Oh, Okay. So, mapping. Mapping would be good to test in here. Although I wanted to do calculate first. So let's do um, the uncorrected mantissa, which would come from, actually, you know what? We can find out where that one comes from. So the uncorrected mantissa is actually not a thing. They don't give us the uncorrected values. They only give us the corrected values. All right. Kenny Dev. Hello, Kenny. Thank you so much for hanging out here. I saw you earlier on TBD Gamer stream. I usually lurk on your stream whenever you are live. It shouted at me. Well, here's some more shouting. So if you're interested in what Kenny is doing, check out the description there. I can never remember what exactly you're working on at this exact moment, but Kenny does some all around everything development as well. Like as talented as Andreas is, as talented as Thindle is, so too is Kenny. Twitcher too. So the bot, the really cool looking interactive stream game bot thing. Oh, so good. How are you? I am actually doing quite well. I am pretty close to done with this finally. I just need a few more UI tweaks to verify that everything is working and then start integrating this into. Oh, no, there are two things that I need actually. Um, Wait, the library for Godot to support Twitch and Godot. That's what I said. That's exactly what I said. Creating libraries for Twitch and Godot. Mm-hmm. I promise I'm lurking on your stream most of the time. I just have it turned down so much that I can't really hear you. But I do like looking up and then seeing you working on stuff. Feels bad, man. Um, Before I dig myself a bigger hole, let's find the corrected mantissa. Corrected mantissa volume. Is this the right field? Um, right, I found it, but I think it was results. Does that sound right? Result. The result column. I need these to be, well, yeah, again, that's a UI concern, but I need these to be type ahead components so that the user can just start typing the name of the field since it'll be like over here. That would be cool too. What if, what if the user could like scroll over to the column they want, click, drag, and drop over here? What if? I'm gonna write that down. This would be an improvement feature that is done after the initial implementation, unless it's just as easy to do during the initial implementation. Where are my notes? Where are my notes? Okay. So regex match. And these are what I am doing. So the thing that I'm currently working on, Kenny, is a data import utility to turn Excel workbooks / spreadsheets from those workbooks and CSV files into C# classes so that it can ultimately be dumped into a database. And yeah, that's what I do for a living. Actually, I do mostly application conversion, but I'm also adding features to these applications as well as helping with tech support. I'm a solo developer. I'm the only developer at the Arsenal, by the way, and I maintain seven web apps currently, as well as the servers, the databases, and everything else to do with them. So what did I say I was going to do? I was going to make the columns of the data grid drag and droppable into the field mapper. Thank you. You remembered. So yes, it would be cool if, and every time that I use that, it kind of activates me. It's one of my favorite phrases to hear, and it makes me want to implement whatever the "it would be cool if" is. And Blue's here. I listen from time to time to what someone says. Me too. I actually hear you on occasion. So we're looking for that result column. And then the other cool thing would be, on that same note, if a field is selected here, another button that you can click and it'll scroll to that field. So scroll into view. I already have some JavaScript callback functionality for that. An alternative to that would be just using anchors with IDs. That would work. Anyway, scroll into view button for a selected field in the field mapper. Boo says, I'm doing a game. We'll share more videos later. So Friday would be the best day for that. Fridays on this channel, which is going to be my next stream, are community days starting at 10:30 Mountain Time UTC -6 currently. And that's going to remain UTC -6 until daylight savings happens over here. So it's going to be an hour later than those of you that have been here before who have already done your fall back. Okay, let's do a calculation. Oh, okay. I can't do the calculation for this yet. This calculation is actually going to be a combined fields thing for this field in particular, because we're going to check the unit of measure. So this unit of measure is nanograms, and we do everything in micrograms. Is it really nanograms? Nanograms. So we do either milligrams or micrograms. So we would need the corrected mantissa in whatever that unit is going to be. So we need to do a calculation for that. And then we would have something to where the unit of measure, this volume unit of measure, will always be, oh, how am I going to do that? Like, one of the other things should just be a value. Dang it. So another mapping rule would just be a constant value, where if you select constant value, it gives you a text box and you just type that constant value. So in this case, we would go to unit, say interpolate, and always make it, let's just do milligrams per liter for now. The other thing that I want is the button for being able to preview the output of this. as you're filling it in so that you can see the resulting object on screen. This thing needs to be always visible. Can I do that real quick? Table title wrapper. So if I made this column in specific, position relative, and this table title wrapper position sticky left 0. Nope. It's not going to be easy to do when it's inside of a table. Because this would also need to be position sticky to the TR. Yeah, that would be really rough because I would need to make the whole table position sticky, but then you wouldn't be able to scroll horizontally. Okay, Blue says Friday is my artist deadline, so I don't know how mad things will be, but I'll do my best. You're definitely welcome to come. No obligations, no stress. If you can't make it, we would be happy to look at whatever things and progresses and stuff that you make whenever. I do want to try focusing on my work while I am doing my day job work on stream because my client deserves that. But every now and then, I take 5-10 minute break on occasion. Speaking of 5 to 10 minute break, calculate is where I am ending up for our corrected volume. Oh, which is copy from result. So I'm going to work on the calculate, but it's essentially going to be the same kind of scenario where I tell it placeholder for the value that I want to do the math on, and then the actual mathematical formula or whatever it is that's going to happen. Maybe have some built-in functions like how, the things that you would be expecting, or maybe just take an entire well-formatted string formula that you would put into something like, I don't know, some program that already reads maths. Divided by 4 to the power of 32 times 6 with parentheses, with order of operations and all that stuff. So we've already written a calculator that can parse text as a mathematical formula. Yeah, I was going to leave 30 minutes ago, but I realized that Irish John wasn't going to be streaming until 2 o'clock my time because they've already done the whole fallback thing. So I'm like, why not just go into the end of my workday, which is going to be now. So yes, I am leaving now. That's why I was wrapping up my description of what I'm going to do next because you won't see me again until Friday. Friday, I will do regular community day at the regular time. I'll most likely do more work stream after community day, after a small break after community day. But yeah, that's gonna be today for me and stuff. Well, son of a, I left early because I thought you were closing down. It's okay. The only thing that we found out was that, or the only thing that you would have missed was that we verified that the regex match works, interpolate works. No, give me the other one. This is the more interesting one. So we did a regex match on all numeric values, got back 3 groups, and then we print out those groups however we want using the interpolate. Interpolate can work on just a regular string or an array. If I try to do a regex match on a regex match, there is supposed to be an error that it gives me. It's supposed to throw an error that says you aren't allowed to do a regex on an array or a substring on an array either. So there should be errors showing up, but they're not showing up. But that's fine. We can get those to work later. But point is, we interpolate, we get back $0 dash $1. Oh, it probably didn't recalculate. Yeah, here it goes. So right now it's freezing again. So there's probably some kind of loop that we're stuck in again that I'll have to figure out. I'll write down that sequence of the sequence that I just took, which is create a transform rule with regex, match on all numeric values, interpolate, $0 dash $1, change interpolate to regex match, change value in detail, observe, freeze. Yeah, and this is one of those instances where this is a UI situation happening. So again, Tyron's statement about writing test cases instead of trying to build a UI to do the testing for it would have been much more beneficial, would have accelerated my development process. I should have done that. I didn't think to do that. Another reminder that Dukasoft is helping us remember, Azure Static Web App Day is going to be tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. my time, 7 a.m. UTC -6. And Thindle will be presenting at one of the sessions. So definitely check it out. All right. And TBD was thanking me for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for streaming every day. TBD Gamer streams every day, starting at 9 a.m. Have I been wrong? He starts at 7 a.m. Eastern time. He ends at 9 a.m. 7 a.m. Eastern time, UTC -4. I think I said that wrong earlier today. But yes, you have a great night as well, Blue Blue. Blue Blue 2222222. We're gonna raid out. I will post the recording for this. I stream. I do things. I will post the recording for this to YouTube at some point in time, probably today. Since I am ending my workday right now, and I will pick it back up again tomorrow. I'll be lurking on a few people's streams, but I'm going to spend the rest of my time, the next 2 hours, I should say, doing music. So enjoy your sun cycle, you as well. But for now, we're going to raid out to Tomate Salat. Did I get it anywhere close, Kenny? Was that anywhere close? Tomate Salat. Tomate Salat. Anyway, whatever. I assume that you know how it's pronounced. Yep. Cool. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your whatever part of the day it is for you. Um, until the next time I see you, I'll be lurking in a few places. You'll probably see me pop my head up every now and then. But thank you all for being here. You are all amazing, and I really, really, really appreciate your company. You help me stay focused on my work, even though we do get derailed on occasion. It's still super, super helpful. Technically, tomaten salat. That would have made it easier. But he has a strange way to write it. He was probably trying to push N and ended up pushing underscore. Okay, ciao. The music stopped at some point in time again. Oh well. See you later.